Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Welcome to our regular council meeting today for October 14th, 2025. I will confirm that all members of council are here, as well as our municipal clerk. And the call the meeting to order at 9:30 a.m. Our territorial land acknowledgement, we respectfully acknowledge that the township of Alma is located on the Mississauga-Ashanende territory and is the traditional territory of the Mississaugan and Ashanende. The township of Alma respectively acknowledges that the Mississauga Nation are the collective stewards and caretakers of these lands and waters in perpetuity, and that they continue to maintain this responsibility to ensure their health and the integrity for generations to come. Moving on to item 3, which is the agenda. It is recommended the council of the corporation of township of Alma enact as follows: that the agenda for the regular council meeting held on October 14, 2025 be approved. And I will just make a note right now so everybody's aware that we are having a presentation by Agile Infrastructure. And they've been notified us that it could be late, that they've lost the fire or something in Toronto. So if you come to that, we hope that we'll get here today. He's still planning to arrive,
Okay.
but we'll if we get to that and he's not here yet, then we'll just move on and go through the rest of the agenda. Okay. So I read the request for the agenda approval. I give you the second. Moved by Deputy Mayor Stoller and seconded by Councilor Ainsworth. Any discussion? All in favor? That's carried. Approval of disclosure of pecuniary interest or general nature thereof. Are there anybody who wants to declare anything for today's agenda? Seeing none, that'll be noted. Approval of the minutes. We have 2 minutes to approve. The council meeting of September the 9th, 2025, and as well as the municipal planning and / regular council meeting for September 23rd, 2025. And it is recommended the council of the corporation of township of Alma calls them enact as follows: that the minutes of the following meetings be adopted. Regular council September 9th and municipal planning regular council meeting September 23rd, 2025. Could I get moved in a second? Moved by Deputy Mayor Stoller, seconded by Councilor Booth. Any discussions? All in favor? Is there any business arising from those minutes? Go ahead, Councilor Ainsworth.
To you, Mayor. September 9th, 5.1. We talked about getting the feedback on the arena hours. I wonder how that's coming. And then also on September 16th, we had some recommendations from the Parks and Rec Committee. If there is enough, pardon?
Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I'm just,
What number did you say that was?
well, this 5.1 on September 9th with the arena hours being changed.
I got
The
the
5 hours in the
$5.
daytime, like Jeremy was going to come up with a little back and do some more legwork on that on September 16th, which is all the recommendation from the Parks and Rec Committee.
Yeah. I thought it was 5/14, 2025 and 9/14 for the. Did you say it's 1?
I got 5.1. I can check it. But it's basically just the hours up with the Jeremy want to change the hours.
Yeah.
For the arena. And then on the September 16th, it was the Parks and Rec recommendation.
Okay. So you're asking that be updated?
Yes,
Okay. That shouldn't be a problem if it's not. Just have a hot communication. Yeah. Anything else? Oh, the other, and what was the second one, Mike?
no, just those two, September 16th and 9.
And what was the September 16th one?
Was the Parks and Rec recommendation.
Parks and Rec recommendations, okay.
That's on the 5.2 agenda today. We haven't got to it yet. I don't think you're asking about 5.2 yet, are you? You're just asking about 5.1?
And what you say is on the different dates?
Right now on the floor is
Yeah.
agenda item 5.1,
Yes.
September 9th and September 23rd. And Councillor Ainsworth is asking about September 16th meeting, but we haven't gotten to that yet.
Okay. Okay, anything else on the first two we had with that? On the 9th and the 23rd? Okay, we'll move on to, all in favor? That motion is carried. And next we have 5.2, approval of the committee of the whole meeting minutes. And it is recommended the council of the corporation of the township of Down and Calhoun act as follows: that the committee of the whole meeting on September 16th, 2025 be approved. I get moving a second for that. Moved by Councilor Ainsworth, seconded by Councilor Booth. Any comments? Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Lobo. Mayor Lobo, on the September 16th meeting, I inquired about the library board minutes, basically the lack of transparency to do with the closed meeting and the open meeting. And I was wondering if our council representative had a chance to inquire about that at the library board meeting.
Go ahead, Councilor Booth.
Yeah, through your worship, understanding that the meeting we were at, that the CEO of the library said she sent everything into the township.
Thank you. Is there any particular date that you're looking for?
It had to do with the closed meetings, not going in and out of them properly, not reporting out of them properly. At one meeting, the board comes out a minute before they go in. There was one meeting that lacks a lot of information. So we were going to inquire about whether they would go back into those meetings and adjust the closed meetings.
As far as I know, what she's told me is she's corrected everything and sent it to the township.
Okay. Madam Clerk, can you confirm that or get back to us? Thank you.
Mayor Lobo?
Yes.
Also on the September 16th meeting, there was recommendations from the Nowatan Sanctuary, a working group. So at this point, I'd like to put a motion on the floor. I have spoken to,
We really should be approving the minutes first and then going into discussion.
okay,
So let's approve the minutes first. All in favor? Motion's carried. And now the new business arising from those minutes.
I already discussed the library board.
Yep.
The second one is the Nowatan Sanctuary. And at this time, I would like to put a motion on the floor to have staff compile a report about future ownership of the Nowatan Sanctuary. For example, whether groups like Northumberland Land Trust, Ducks Unlimited, or Nature Conservancy of Canada would be interested in receiving ownership of that.
So you're saying that you give up ownership, you're suggesting that we give up ownership on that and sell it or donate it to one of the groups that you're talking about? And you're asking for a staff report?
Yes,
Okay. I'm going to move that.
I will.
Do I have a second for that? Second by Councilor Ainsworth. Further discussion? Any discussion? Go ahead, Councilor O'Neill.
I was surprised and unprepared to address this today. I would definitely want to know the financial implications, and without a treasurer to assist us with this, that is the loss of an asset, and what is the impact on the overall township when this asset or any other asset is removed from our portfolio. So I would want that kind of information before I would be in support of considering giving up this asset or any other asset.
Fair enough.
Councilor Ainsworth?
Through you, Mayor. The Nawat Sanctuary is definitely a traveled area, and it's just become an area where we just haven't got the staff to look after it. You know, things have changed with the volunteers and what they can do and what they can't do for liability insurance and stuff, and it needs to be looked after properly for the residents, and you know, so this would be a good avenue just to find out if there's some people out there that can do this for us and take an interest in it, as you know, it just seems to be part of one thing of multiple things that we have to do, and it seems to be that it's just not being looked after properly. So this might be a good avenue to have it looked after properly and give the residents some benefits.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Just to follow up, Mayor Lobo, I would hope that the report would encompass all the concerns Councillor O'Neill has. So I think it would be a good report to have compiled so that we could see what our options are. Thank you.
Any other comments? You know, I personally, I would look forward to seeing a report like that because it is expensive, but it's also, as Councilor O'Neill mentioned, it is an asset. So it's going to, we need some good investigation by our staff, and I'm sure that the people are doing that. And we'll do it. Any other further comments? All in favor? Motion is carried. We'll move on to the report. We're going to move on to business arising from the previous minutes. And the next one is the committee of the whole, dated September 16th, 2025. And these are draft, there's draft MOU from the PRSA, TWP, October 22nd, October 2025, Schedule A. And that council approved the committee of the whole recommendations, numbers 1 to 11. And that'll be receipt for information, correct? Oh, approved, okay, pardon me. Approved, and if there's anyone that wants to pull one of those up, and pull them through the discussion, we can do that. But we're going to try and do them all at once. So can I get a mover and a seconder for the committee? Council approved the committee of the whole recommendations number 1 to 11. Moved by Deputy Mayor Stover. Seconded by Councilor Booth. Are there any discussions? Councilor Booth.
Through you, Your Worship, just a clarification then on the draft MOU, because that's not one of the recommendations, but it says it's just sitting out there as 6.1, and it's just a diagram, there's no actual agreement. So we're not approving that, are we? It's just showing, when I open it up, it's just showing a map of the things, but it doesn't actually include the agreement. So I hope we're not approving that without council being able to see the whole agreement. And it's actually not one of the recommendations, so I don't know, it's kind of sticking out in the middle of nowhere.
Okay. So you're asking that to be held?
Well, that one should be separate because it's actually not committee of the whole recommendation 1 to 11.
Okay.
So I believe that has to be separated out.
Under recommendation 6.
Okay, so I guess my question is to execute the memorandum of understanding, we should actually see the whole memorandum of understanding. The only thing that's supplied to us is just a map.
Okay. So you're asking recommendation number 6 to go?
Yes.
Thank you. Councilor O'Neill.
I respectfully note that we did see the memorandum of understanding at the committee of the whole meeting, and at that time, they had said that the map wasn't accurate, and so this is the new map. I actually do have a question about this map and our liability. I see that they are only taking responsibility for maintaining a smaller.
Dave, can we hold on, because we pulled at number 6 and we'll come back to it, once we get them all the rest of them done. Are there anyone else that anybody wants to pull? Okay, so we'll modify the resolution slightly to state that this is for approval from 6, recommendation 1 to recommendation 11, but we want to pull recommendation number 6 for further discussion. All in favor? That's carried. Recommendation number 6, that the clerk be authorized to execute a memorandum of understanding with the Great Pine Ridge Snowmobile Association for the 2025-2026 season. Councilor O'Neill.
Thank you. Was just a question about.
I need to get a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councilor Ainsworth, second by Councilor O'Neill. Councilor Ainsworth?
I would give Councilor O'Neill.
Thank you. Councilor O'Neill?
Just noting that this map is, I appreciate that they provided it to us. It does show that the Snowmobile Association will be maintaining less trail area. And in anywhere where they're maintaining, I have great faith that those trails are in excellent condition and that there are a higher level of insurance because the users on their maintained trails are also under their insurance. And this causes some pause for me as I think about the insurance when they leave those trail systems, especially if they're assuming, because it was maintained in previous years, that this is indeed still part of our trail system, but all of the liability is now on us, and none of the liability is part of the Snowmobile Association. So I think we need to be aware of that. And, you know, I do think if we know that people are snowmobiling, we do have a duty of care for those trail sections that we know they are using.
Thank you. Any comments? Go ahead, Councilor Ainsworth.
To you, Mayor. So when the excuse me, when the Snowmobile Club stopped, basically, and I'm just giving this for information just to see how the insurance is covered. So the ATV Club insurance would take over. Because we're actually 365 days a year with the township. So it would carry the same as the Snowmobile Club carries for right now for the municipality.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Councilor O'Neill.
I would love to have that to council so that we have that as a public record.
Absolutely.
Okay, how do we get that? We request this from the the trail. Okay. I'm informed by the clerk that we're in the process of.
So there should be a letter in the office that says that the township's a third party on our insurance, on UTV insurance.
Okay.
Already, but I can bring it.
Councilor Booth.
Yes, through your worship. So my concern is it's saying that they're asking us to authorize the memorandum of understanding, and all they've provided us with is just the map, and I would prefer that to see the whole memorandum of understanding plus the map that we asked for before we vote on this.
Are you requesting a deeper or briefer? A deeper or briefer?
Well, I would say a deeper, because I don't think it's right for us to authorize a memorandum of understanding unless we have it all in front of us. So we had asked for the map, which is fine, but the whole thing should be there so that we can read it to see exactly what we're authorizing before we vote on it.
Okay. I think you're asking for a deeper then.
I would,
rather than reader, because we're really not sending it back to staff to do any.
Right, just to include, if it comes back at the next meeting, to show us the whole memorandum of understanding with the map attached to it, and then we can look at it as council and make a decision.
Okay. Councilor Green, was going to comment.
I agree with Councilor Booth, but I'm just wondering if we can go back to the last agreement that it came up on. As Councilman Will said, that memorandum was already kind of passed except for the map. If we could bring it back up in what we did at the last minute at that time. So would have been like our last cow? Where we acted backwards? Is it possible to bring that up and see what the minutes said that we were going to do after we went through the MOU? They were just going to come back with the map.
Go ahead, sir. Madam Clerk.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, as a point of clarity, the full memorandum of understanding was not provided to council, and that council's role as governance is to authorize staff to do their role, which is to review the agreements and such. So all agreements don't come to council. There's ones that wouldn't because it didn't have any planning connotations or required by law, which would be a greater piece of it. So the MOU in and of itself did not come. We provided a high-level overview, that 1,000-foot overview that Town Hall Consulting said that we should be providing to council. Again, that 1,000-foot piece of it. We did provide, again, the key highlights and the changes to the agreement, which was that any trail maintenance to be done on any of our road allowances, any township property did require approval from the manager of public works as well as our manager of parks and rec, depending on who it affected. And then the revised trail was, the revised trail map was provided just so that, again, there was an understanding of what trails would be coming and what road allowances were applicable for council. So that was a piece of it. So you did have a little bit of background to it. As noted at the committee of the whole meeting, the morning of that meeting, we received the revised trail map where they removed a couple of those trail portions, which is why that map has come forward to you again here now, just so that you can make that sound decision based on the fact that your staff are doing their jobs and the role of operations and reviewing their agreements, and that you have that piece of the revised map, so you know which trails were applicable within the township on township property. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Go ahead, Councilor Booth.
Through your worship, so now I totally disagree with us doing this because that might be the staff's view of it, but for me, this is not an operational thing. This is a policy thing. We're signing a memorandum of understanding, and me as a councillor, I want to see that memorandum of understanding with the map before we vote on it. So I only think that's fair. If they're coming to council and asking us to vote on it and approve it, then I think we should be able to see the whole memorandum of understanding with the map attached. Thank you.
Councilor O'Neill.
Given the clarity I've just received, I agree, and I think we could also ask that use the deferral as an opportunity to see the third-party insurance from the NDTV, some letter. Sorry, Councillor Ainsworth is laughing at me, but the trail third-party ATV, MDATV, right? Did you get it?
I like that program.
Any other further comments? What do we have, what is the motion? Okay. But first we should take out the first one. Okay, so we're going to defer, need a motion to defer. Okay. Moved by Councilor Booth, seconded. Seconded by Councilor O'Neill. Any further discussions? Go ahead, Councilor.
Can we defer, can we have it ready for Cal? Is that possible?
I would think that's not possible.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if it goes to Cal, we won't be doing approval until November. So at this point, I'd be looking to bring it at the planning meeting at the end of October in order to move things along, as the Snowmobile Club is looking to get in there and do work prior to the season.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Booth.
Through your worship, so just one more point too, before we take this vote, is we have to be very careful because we're talking about memorandums of understanding, which means in the future, if staff's view is that they don't have to show us the memorandum of understandings with any group, I don't think that's right. We have a right as council to see anything that we're authorizing.
Thank you. Any other further comments? What would happen, how can we get that quicker we can't unless we call a special meeting. Go ahead, Councillor O'Neill.
I'm thinking aloud here, but if we haven't signed the new agreement, could we not just allow them to start work based on the old agreement?
Possible. The old agreement has expired. When did it expire? September 1st. It expired September 1st. Any other comments? Go ahead, Councillor Deputy Mayor Stover.
Thank you, Mayor Lobo. Just a clarification. I guess need a refresher. Was there an MOU in place before, or this is it?
Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, the Snowmobile Club has had an annual MOU with the township for many, many years. So the prior years has since expired. This is just the updated version. Essentially, it's the same terms and conditions with the addition of those two that we discussed in terms of approval. And that was presented in the committee of the whole report.
Just so I have it clear in my mind, the MOU that we have passed every year without any problem, the only change is the map. And is there something else that's changed on the MOU?
Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, the trail mapping has changed based on
So it's the map.
The map has changed, and then there's those two new additions that we added under clause 13 that were addressed in the committee of the whole report.
So it would just be that, those three things. We're not dissecting the whole MOU, as I understand it. Thank you.
Go ahead, Councillor Booth.
Through your worship, I believe in past council meetings, we've always seen the MOU. If we're signing anything, if you're asking us as council to authorize an MOU, whether there's changes or not, it's a yearly thing. I believe in the past, we've always seen it. And I'm asking for the same thing because we're setting a dangerous precedent that if we're going to allow staff to do an MOU and then just come here and say, just authorize it because it's operational, that's not right. I'm not voting for that. I want to see what we're...
Well, I know your position.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else have any further comments? The motion now is to refer. All in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried.
Mayor Lobo, was that deferred to the planning meeting?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, we've come to 7.1, which is the drafting water model study, final report. Do you have an update first? No, okay, still good. Okay, we'll move on then. Next is our Grafton municipal water system. And this was deferred from September 23rd, 2025. Municipal Planning Regular Council meeting by resolution number 2025-09-23-15. And the report is from the CAO 025-22, the draft municipal water system from September 16, 2025, it is recommended the council award through sole sourcing Agile Infrastructure the contract to complete the master water plan and municipal water system review, a value of $57,000 plus HST, that a bylaw be brought forward to council for consideration to authorize the mayor and the clerk to execute an agreement with Agile Infrastructure for the completion of the water master plan and municipal water system review. Did I get a mover and second? Moved by Deputy Mayor Stover, second by Councilor Ainsworth. Is there any, I'll just ask this question, is there any need to refer till after Mr. Agile is here? Pardon me, not Mr. Agile. The company Agile is here. Is that a good thing to do? Yeah. Okay, who moved?
I was just wondering if our CAO would have any input on that. Thank you.
You want to comment?
Sure, through your mayor to council, there was two questions were brought up at the committee of the whole with respect to this report. One was the funds being allocated in the 2025 budget, where they in fact for a master water plan. Staff were able to conclude that yes, the 2025 budget monies were for a master water plan. The water model study monies were in the 2024 budget. And then the other part was Councillor Booth had a concern with respect to sole sourcing, and I leave that to council's discretion.
Thank you. What do you want to do? I can read the report. Want to comment?
I think we should defer until we receive the report from Agile Infrastructure. And further, I do have concerns with the sole source. We have our existing rate study, which was with another company, which I believe was Infrastructure Solutions. And I think it behooves us, we don't have any pressing need to get this done urgently, to do it as our procurement policy outlines, and to give at least the two groups that have provided reports to us an opportunity to bid. Whether there be even more, that would probably be good.
Okay, thank you. If you would like to defer till this afternoon or to whenever this gentleman gets here, need a motion. Moved by Councilor Booth, seconder. Second by Councilor O'Neill. Any discussion, further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? The motion is carried. Ten two. 2025 sand and salt budget update and request for use of reserve funds. It is recommended the council of the township, corporation of the township, and all the development enact as follows. The council received report PW 2025-17 sand and salt budget update and request for use of reserve funds for information, and that $186,000 $276,279.60 be transferred from reserves for the procurement of salt and sand materials for the 2025 winter season. Mover and seconder. Moved by Deputy Mayor Stover, seconded by Councilor O'Neill. Sir, you have the floor.
Yeah, so I'm here just to answer any questions in regards to the report, if the council has anything in particular.
Thank you. Any questions for Stefan? I think the report is pretty clear. Councilor Booth.
Through your worship, just some clarification, Stefan. How much was our budget approved for this year for sand and salt?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, so across all yards there, Councilor?
Yes.
just one over the other.
I think it's showing as 108 that's why I just want to clarify if I'm reading this right.
No, so the 108 is what's remaining in the existing budget. Our budget for the year,
So there's 108 inventory.
yes, remaining, sir, like we have it as available funds currently.
Oh, that we haven't spent.
Correct.
Okay. And I guess my next question is then, so reading this is basically what you're saying is you're asking for money from the reserves so that we can fill up all the domes.
Correct.
So you need 295 and we only have 108. Is that right?
Yeah, so 295 is the total amount needed to fill. 108 is what we have remaining in the accounts. So the 186, 279.60 is what I would have to, what I'm requesting to draw upon reserves and in order for us to be able to fill everything for the season.
Okay, thank you, and that makes sense. So that would come out of, that would be spent this year. Those salt bins would be filled in 2025.
Correct, yes.
So my next question is then, so how does that affect your budgeting for next year then, when you're budgeting? Because you're gonna be starting with full domes, everything. What does that do to your budgeting number then? Is that gonna be reduced? Is it gonna stay the same?
I think I would go with the current trend. The budget really hasn't adjusted much for material costs there, so I would just keep them at the allocated amounts. I mean, we could get a bad season in February and potentially have to request more material, but ideally I would just keep the reserve pretty well run. Our budgets are the same, and then if we have excess, then we'll just pretty well remain. For next year, we'll just go into reserves. So.
If we had a treasurer here that was full time, I'd be able to ask this question, but I'm not sure if you'll be able to answer it or not. We used to have, in the budget, a special line under reserves for winter that was, not the normal winter. And I think it was $50,000 or $70,000. I don't remember exactly, but I'm just wondering, is that still in place?
I have to just check specifically there.
So that, don't worry about it then, Stefan, that explains it all. I just wanted to make sure that that's what we were doing, so I have no issue with this.
Councilor O'Neill.
I haven't asked, so anyway, I think that some of this arose because of the work that was being done on the Centerton Dome. Can you provide an update on where that is? And then is that just a one-off because of that?
Yeah, so actually in the report that was mentioned, we were unable to fill that dome in 2024, which is why a lot of that cost was brought forward into the 2025 year. So the dome has been repaired. We received our engineering report. It's good to go, and just looking to get some sand and salt in it.
Perfect, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Thank you. Stefan, you can sit there, but we're gonna debate this and see where we're going here. You won't have any more questions. Anybody else have any other questions or comments? Seeing none, all in favor? Motion's carried. Thank you, Stefan.
Thank you.
Next we have council meeting conference request, and we have one from Deputy Mayor Stover and one from Councilor Ainsworth to attend the Rural Ontario Municipal Association Roma Ontario Rural Leaders Conference in Toronto on January 18th, 2026. So I can move in a second. Moved by Councilor Booth, seconded by Deputy Mayor Stover. Any discussion? Councilor O'Neill.
I was also interested in Roma. I haven't submitted anything, but that would not preclude me from attending, correct?
Well, they should have the name on here too.
Yeah, I'd have to bring it forward another day, but yeah, it's fine. Okay.
We can amend it to now if you're planning on going.
Sure, if that's the easiest way to do it, I'll go along with that.
Okay, so we'll make, Greg, are you willing to amend?
Catherine's name.
You're okay with that? So it'll read, yeah. So you're gonna move then, Greg?
Yes.
And Jody, you're gonna second, and I'll just read the over again. Just recommend the council of the corporation of township of Elm, Culver, and Actors Falls, that the deputy mayor, Joan Stover, Councillor Mike Ainsworth, and Councillor O'Neill be approved to attend the Rural Ontario Municipal Association NOMA 2026 annual conference in Toronto from January 18th, 2026, and is funded from the 2026 council budget, training budget. Okay. Thank you. Technical stuff. I need a motion to amend the original motion to allow Mary Catherine to. Oh, call the vote, pardon me. All in favor? That's carried. Yeah. We've already got an amendment, moved and seconded. Now we've got to call a motion, and that motion would revise slightly to include Councillor O'Neill along with Councillor Ainsworth and Deputy Mayor Stover to attend. All in favor? That's carried. We're going to skip 14.1. I believe. 14.2, bylaw number 77-2025, amend the winter maintenance agreement with Fox Lane Trail Holdings Incorporated. And the bylaw added October 9th, 2025, and this bylaw 77-2025 to amend the winter road maintenance agreement with Fox Lane Trail Holdings in Grafton Heights subdivision. It is recommended the council of the corporation of the township of Allen McCullough and Actors Falls that bylaw 77-2025 being a bylaw to amend a winter maintenance agreement with Fox Lane Trail Holdings Incorporated be given a first, second, and third reading and finally passed this 14th day of October 2025. Can I get a move in second? Moved by Councillor Booth, seconded by Councillor Ainsworth. Does anybody have any questions? Go ahead, Councillor.
Through your worship, just clarification, it says that the 24-25 winter season, so are we still on the hook for the rest of 2025 to provide snow plowing to this?
I don't know.
Could you ask the question again? I was just saying.
Yeah, it just says here, Dave, that it says that the amount of $7,500 for them for the 24-25 winter season. So I'm just wondering, does that mean for the rest of this year up until December 31st, if it snows, we have to plow?
My understanding through your mayor, the season would be the 25-26, that would be the whole season.
I think since we've already had the 24-25 and call that a season, that we would naturally call the 25-26.
Okay, and I'm hoping that's what it is, right? It says the 25 winter season, which I guess fall isn't considered winter, so would December be considered winter? No. I just wouldn't want them coming back to say, oh, it snowed in December something, now why aren't we plowing it?
Give a comment then.
I do. The season 24-25 ended at the conclusion of winter of 24-25.
Okay, thank you.
Any other, Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor Lobo. So we do have, they have negotiated for the following year, would that be correct? The 25-26 season, they haven't negotiated a price? Would that be correct?
CAO.
Through you, Mayor Lobo, no, I am not aware of any contract for the 25-26 season.
Thank you.
Further questions, comments? All in favor? Motion's carried. Next one is a bylaw 782025, authorizing execution of purchase agreement with ISN Canada Holdings Incorporated for the supply and delivery of a mobile column lifting system. It is recommended the council of the corporation of the township of Allen Sullivan act as follows. The bylaw 782025 being a bylaw to authorize the mayor, clerk, and clerk to execute a purchase agreement with ISN Canada Holdings Incorporated for the supply and delivery of a mobile column lift system, be given first, second, and third reading and finally passes 14th day of October 2025. So we're going to second it. Moved by Councilor Ainsworth, second by Councilor Booth. Any discussion? All in favor? That's carried. Communications is next, and the first one we have is a letter from Grafton Christmas Market with correspondence from the Grafton Public School. And it's addressed to council, letter 2025-0907, and a letter of support from St. Anne's. It is recommended the council of the corporation of the township of Allen Sullivan act as follows. The council waive permit and rental fees for the 2025 Grafton Outdoor Christmas Market located at the Holden Memorial Arena. Can I get a mover second? Moved by Councilor Ainsworth, seconded by Councilor Booth. Jeremy, one will come in case there's any questions. Please. Any questions for Jeremy? Councilor Booth.
Through your worship, just to find out what exactly is the total amount for the fees that we're waiving for the permit and the rental fees, what would the total amount be?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it's about $2,500.
$2,500.
Wow.
Does that include the ice? Doesn't include the ice?
That includes permit, ice, grounds, all of the different areas broken out on the user fee chart.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that. Go ahead, Councilor Booth.
So I guess my next clarification would be, I know they're doing it in the pathway around the arena. They're not actually using anything in the arena other than the ice for they're not doing any of the vendors inside the arena, are they?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't have final clarity on that yet. There's consideration of it. I know they want to use the upstairs and do free skating, so the dressing rooms as well, obviously, as you do when there's skating. The parking lots, the path, and the outdoor areas in its entirety.
Go ahead, Councilor.
So my next question would be, is there other programs running then at the same time, or is the township canceling hockey or anybody else? Like, I'm guessing they're only having like public skating for an hour or two for the ice. Is that what they're requesting, or?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we were able to work with the user group who has the ice during that time to move them earlier. They have requested exclusive use of the grounds and the facility and the ice from 1 to 5.
Okay, so for 4 hours, and we're not losing any rentals, then somebody's just gone earlier?
Not currently.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Jeremy. Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Through you, Mayor Longo, this is a whole new setup this year. What would be the cost of just the permit of them having it in without not taking into account the arena facilities?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So historically, they've gotten a special event permit because it was in the street.
Yeah.
They would be signing a rental agreement at $0 or whatever. And the rental agreement takes place with that special event permit, the same way anytime we rent the arena grounds. So it's actually, they're asking for a waiver of the user fee, the rental fee for the arena and grounds.
And through your Mayor Lobo, they would also be asking for a special permit fee, is that correct?
They wouldn't require the special event permit because they're signing the rental contract and agreement with the township for the use of the facility and grounds.
So a question that I have, since I have read this, is what are we setting ourselves up for to allow, to give a group carte blanche of the whole grounds, the whole facility? That's what I'm struggling with. And it's been a difficult decision, but I can't support not getting the rental fee, not charging rental fee, because you could have somebody else coming in saying, well, we're doing this. This is a very good cause, don't get me wrong. There's a lot of good causes out there. And we could have somebody else saying, well, we want to rent the whole facility, the ice and everything. You've already set a precedent. So where does that leave us? So they're the questions that I have floating around in my head. Thank you.
Go ahead, Councillor.
Through you, your worship, I guess my question would be, this is usually always been on the street. So would anybody be able to tell me why we're moving it to the arena this time? Because if it was on the street, it probably didn't cost us $2,500. It probably didn't cost us anything other than staff blocking it off or whatever, but maybe somebody would know. Mary Catherine, you know?
The Grafton Inn is not available this year, and you see the letters coming forward as Jim is working with the group to make it a success. I do see some real advantages to this, being off the street, especially the crossing of Highway 2. So I see a lot of advantages of it. I do see that we have some precedent in the fair does use the Olmwood Civic Center for the weekend of the fair, which is somewhat similar to using our full facility here. I see, and I very much take your point that it does make a difference that it's a fundraising group, and I'm also trying to logic that through with me. But I think the fact that this is so very, very much an economic development driver for Grafton and for Olmwood Haldeman, because each of those groups are individual business owners, and the vast majority of them are local entrepreneurs who are there with their wares. And I think it is an opportunity for us to do some economic development in support of that within our municipality. Having said all of that, we're not making this decision as part of a policy that we have in place, and I think that is something that we probably should be looking to develop is a policy rather than so many one-off decisions being made at the council table.
I'm gonna need some help on this, but I thought we had a policy in place that said if you were, local business, and renting any of our facilities, you got a discount of 25% or something like that. Am I wrong on that?
There's a not-for-profit discount on the user fee chart.
Pardon me?
There's a not-for-profit discount on the user fee chart, not a local business one.
Is it 25%?
20 or 25, I can't remember off the top of my head. I think it's 20.
And that's for, just so I understand, that's for non-profit organizations, and this is not a non-profit organization. Or is it?
It's a school, it's a nonprofit.
Pardon me?
It's a school, so I would say it's a nonprofit.
I'd have to see who would sign the contract, before I gave you an answer on that. If it was St. Anne's signing the contract, obviously not the case.
It's just a letter of support, I believe, through your Mayor Local letter support.
Wait,
This event is great for drafting, and I love where it's going to, and I think it's much safer, and opens up a lot of opportunities, but I think a couple things that, the group should be notified that this donation, or their request should come to the budget, like all the other ones, so we're not doing this mid-swing like we are right now. And, that the township should be noted on any of their paraphernalia for the generous donation that we're gonna make for them.
just seeing some notes here. Our clerk is suggesting we do have a policy, and it's in our community grants policy that people have to apply for every year, and should be referred to that program and request at the budget time. Moving forward, that's a possibility. That's what you're suggesting. Do we, go ahead, Councilor.
Through your worship, just 2 points to ask about. First of all would be insurance. So are they providing insurance, Jeremy, do you know, so that they're covered, they're running that outside? That would be my first question. And the second one would be, we're not supplying any of the tables or anything for outside. They're not asking for that we're providing tables or that outside for the walkway. The vendors are providing their own.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we don't have an agreement with this group in place yet. I imagine pending today's decision. Whoever executes that agreement is who would provide the COI. And question two, I haven't been asked for any tables or chairs or any other fixtures yet.
So I guess my concern would be insurance, number one. If they're using the facility no different than I guess user groups they use and rent the ice and everything, that they're covered, that there's some kind of insurance. And then I agree with what Councillor Ainsworth is saying, that hopefully it's just a one-off thing because the Grafton Inn's not available to be used. I know they are using the church this year too. So hopefully, if it's going to be something like this all the time, I mean, you make good points too, Mary Catherine, about the Roseneath Fair, that this should be done properly like you and apply it budget time, right? So this might be a one-off for this time, but I think we need to watch, as the deputy mayor said, that if we're going to start giving away $2,500 for each group, that's a lot of money if it starts adding up that there's a few groups coming to say, and they're all good causes, right? Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Booth. Further discussion? We do have, just so everybody's aware, we do have $250 left in the community grant. So everybody's aware. I think you bring up a good point about insurance and comparing that with the Roseneath Fair. They have their own insurance, I'm sure, and I think that's important. That we stipulate if you are granting that, you have to pay your own insurance. How much is it going to cost you for staff? You're going to have a special staff there?
I can't answer that question today. I haven't reviewed any staffing requirements for them or anything like that. Obviously, they're using the ice. We'll need staff there. Okay. We usually have staff there all day on a Saturday anyway.
Okay. Go ahead, Councilor Booth.
Through your worship, so I'm just wondering if we could defer this and we can get back to this organization, Julie Perry, and just confirm with them before we agree to this that they have insurance and everything like that, because if they're going to use that pathway in December, I'm just worried if somebody slips or falls or anything like that, are we going to be on the hook for something, right? That I think we should be asking them the same as any other user group, that they provide the proper insurance, and whatever that is, Jeremy would know whether it's 2 or 4 million or 5. I don't know what the what the amount is now that they asked for.
Go ahead, Julie.
If you want me to answer that, we asked for 2 million. It's on every single contract that we issue through the department. I'm sure everybody here today is aware that this department's been pretty eager at getting certificates of insurance from all renters and all user groups.
Okay. So what do you want to do? Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
To your Mayor, so just to be clear, Julie Perry has put this letter through, and it is the Grafton Public School Council that's putting this on. St. Anne's has just sent a letter of support, so I don't believe that they have, they're just saying this is a good idea. It is a good idea. This is going to, so we have the cost of, what did you say, $2,400 would be the gift of them using the ice and the arena, the whole thing. But that's not counting how much it's going to cost for cleanup. Who's doing the cleanup? Would that be included? Who's the cost of our staff? But our staff are going to be there anyway, so that's neither here nor there. So I think it's a good idea to defer it, and the insurance would be a big thing that's already in place. Maybe they have insurance. The other idea, Mayor Lobo, is that we have $250 in the community, or in the budgeted community funds.
Yes.
If 250, whether that would be something that could be put towards this, I don't know. As an option.
Okay.
Thank you.
We can do that. Okay, so. Okay. I must have read that wrong. It's $200, not $250.
Pardon me, 200.
So it was moved by Mike to defer, pardon, to waive. Seconded by Greg. That's what's on the floor. All in favor?
Yeah, Mayor,
Oh.
you said if I moved it to defer, I don't think I did.
Oh, we put it on the floor, pardon me.
So I'll make a motion to defer just so that Jeremy can confirm with this group that they're providing their insurance. Because when they say to waive all the fees and everything, I want to make sure that the insurance is still on them, that they have to provide us with the insurance. And then for this year, you know, council, I'm sure I would agree too to approve it, but I just want to make sure that they're not covered just under our insurance, they provide it. So that's the reason why I would defer until Julie can confirm with us the insurance.
Mike?
For you, Mayor, I'm just wondering if the explanation that Jeremy had, that they will have insurance. So that's kind of what I was taking from what Jeremy said, that they will have insurance.
No, what he said is it's a standard part of the agreement when they sign a rental agreement, but she's asking to waive all fees. So that's why I just want to clarify that Julie understands, fine, we can give you the rental fee and the grounds and everything, but you still must provide the insurance to us. And then I have no issue at all. Just to make sure it's clarified before we say we're waiving all the fees.
Would we know if they had insurance last year?
We didn't, last year we didn't have anything to do with it, that I know of, other than shut the door or close the door.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, the process would still be that they sign a contract and enter into that formal agreement with the township, reflecting $0 or whatever's decided here today. As part of that agreement, they would have to provide the certificate of insurance. As a point of clarity, we do not allow people to use the facilities without providing the township with certificate of insurance for any of the rentals or uses.
So if I understand you correctly, irregardless of what we decide here, if they sign an agreement, they have to have insurance.
If they want to use the facility, they have to provide COI.
Okay.
So that includes the grants, right?
Okay. There's been a motion put on the floor to defer. Can I get a second to defer?
I'll withdraw that then. If what Jeremy is saying is true, then they can't, they're not, once they sign that, they have to provide the insurance or it wouldn't go through. So I'll withdraw that motion.
Okay, thank you. So the motion on the floor is that we defer payment. Yeah, please go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, so the motion on the floor that was moved by Councillor Ainsworth and seconded by Councillor Booth is that council waive permit and rental fees for the 2025 Grafton Outdoor Christmas Market located at the Haldimand Memorial Arena.
Any further questions? All in favor? That's carried. Yes.
As a follow-up to that, I know we already mentioned that we want to see this come through in budget as part of the grant application for next year, but I would also like to have some more fulsome discussion of the future, especially based on the letter we received where they're talking about wanting to work closer with the municipality on our objectives. And I think we have a Parks and Recreation Committee that would be an appropriate place to have a more fulsome discussion of this moving forward. We've made a decision for this year, but what are we doing moving forward? So I guess I'm saying, do we need to have a motion then for those two pieces, that it be brought forward as part of the grant application for 2026 budget, and that discussion of the future be part of the agenda for the Parks and Recreation Committee?
You're making a motion?
I am making that motion, I suppose.
Can I get a second? We'll get more clarity on that. What is your motion?
Sorry. The motion is that the group be directed to be part of the 2026 grant application process, and further, that a more fulsome discussion of the future of this event occur at the Parks and Recreation Committee meeting.
Thank you. Can I get a second for that? Seconded by Councillor Ainsworth. Any further discussion?
Yes.
Go ahead, Councillor.
Just for clarification, because according to our budget policy that we have now ahead, do we know whether the treasurer has sent out letters to the previous groups? Because I believe the deadline was the end of October for groups that had to get their application into us. So we might want to, if Jeremy's talking to them, just to remind this group that it's important that they get their application in for next year.
Go ahead, Councillor. Madam Clerk.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, the community grant application process did open last week, so the letters are, whether they've been sent or they're in the process of being sent, but it is open now, and we are contacting the previous applicants.
So then I would just ask that Jeremy, maybe when he's talking to them, to just say we would prefer next year that here's the application, make sure you're applying for it. As I agree with what Councillor Ainsworth is saying, let's deal with it all at once instead of these piecemeals every year that come. And I can understand this year because it's the first time, right? So.
Councillor Deputy Mayor.
Mayor Lobo, just one more caveat, and it has to do with Councillor O'Neill's mentioning of, I'm not sure how this group would fit in with the Parks and Rec, but it could be a good discussion to have. They may want to stay separate, but I'm just not sure how that would fit in with this group that's already in place. Just my comment. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Sorry, that is not what I was getting at. I was picking up with what is in the letter that they provided to us, that they want to work more with the township and to help the township achieve our goals. So it was there, that piece, what are our goals for this event as a township?
All in favor? That's carried. announcements and notices of motion. We have one notice of motion for the arena floor replacement and structural inspection project, and it's been submitted by Councillor Ainsworth, and that will be discussed in more detail at our town meeting next week. So you all had the opportunity to read it, but get familiar with it. Next is our closed session. I'm going to read a motion to go into closed, and then we'll take a 10-minute breather once we get that approved. Okay, so it is recommended the council of the Corporation of Township of Allen, Cullinan, and act as follows. That the regular council meeting of October 14, 2025 moved into a closed session under Municipal Act Section 239(2)(e) regarding litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting municipality or local board. Item F, advice that is subject to solicitor-client privileges, including communications necessary for that purpose. And K, a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality or local board. And this is regarding Allen Civic Center long-term lease agreements, CN Rail invoice dispute, and water service contract. Mover and second. Moved by Councilor Ainsworth, second by Deputy Mayor Stover. All in favor? Motion's carried. Take a.
Sorry, Mayor Lobo, just before we move fully out, we had that item that we had not dealt with because our presenter wasn't here from Agile. What is the status of that item at this point?
Are you asking whether he's on his way?
Yeah, are we still anticipating that we are going to have that later today?
Yes, through your mayor, I updated a little bit ago. He will be here at 11:30.
Okay, so I know that we have members of the public who wanted to hear that presentation, so it will be at 11:30 then?
He will be here at 11:30 was his update.
So would you be coming up close then so that could happen?
Yes, you should.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Thanks.
We'll finish our closed, but then we'll be going out. They've got to be back to open.
So that person will be waiting as well? While you finish?
Yeah.
Yeah, fine. Perfect, thank you.
Okay. Okay, reporting on a closed session. Council met in closed session and received 3 reports, and staff will provide a direction and will proceed as discussed. Can I get a mover and a second for that? Moved by Councilor Booth and seconded by Deputy Mayor Stover. All in favor? Motion is carried. Yeah, do you need a few minutes for a setup?
I think you guys had the presentation already.
You guys, otherwise? You want to take 5 minutes? Okay. But let's move on. Julie?
Yes.
I'm John Wolfle. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me.
I understand it's a fun this morning.
Yeah, the tire blew out on the 401. I had to get it towed and go to the Canadian Tire.
An experience that you don't want to have to do very often.
Yeah, it's kind of one of those things, like, I've got CAA.
So accommodating on.
We really appreciate it. This is important stuff. We're glad you were able to make it and appreciate you. You're going to tell us.
Okay, excellent. I believe this is the report that's being shown and not necessarily the presentation. Yes, that would be the one. Okay. Thank you to the mayor and members of council. I'm Julian Bell. I'm vice president with Agile Infrastructure. And I was retained by the township to undertake a water model development and water feasibility study for the Grafton water system. And this is my presentation summarizing the results of the study. So next slide, please. So just to give some context as to the project, really the project triggers were really to get a better understanding of the impacts of growth on the Grafton water system, and then just generally get a better understanding of the existing system performance and the existing system hydraulic level service. So essentially the Grafton water system is over 30 years old. It was constructed at the time to the standards at the time, and there hasn't been any substantial in-depth investigation or understanding of the system beyond that time. So the study was really to get a better understanding of that. And so it's broken up into 2 phases. The first one was to develop a hydraulic model, which is essentially a tool to help better understand the performance of the system. And then the second one was to do an initial feasibility of the study of the system to understand the current performance and the potential impacts of growth onto the system. Next slide, please. Okay, so the first thing, I'll just kind of briefly walk through the water model development process. So next slide, please. So here's kind of a graphic showing the different steps that were undertaken to effectively develop the hydraulic model. So, it's kind of a stepwise process. So first we develop the hydraulic network or the water mains and the hydrants within the system, create a computer model of that. Then we look at the facility, or in this case, the water treatment plant, so looking at the pumps, the reservoir, the supply, the capacity there, constructing that. And then from there, it goes into reviewing the historic data. So there's a lot of what we call SCADA data. So essentially at the water treatment plant, there's a lot of instrumentation, pumps are running, pressures, flows. So those are getting recorded constantly at the system through a SCADA system. And so we review that historic information on flows and pressures to figure out, you know, what are typical performances and demands in the system? What are typical demands? You know, what's happening at the bulk water station? What are the flows? What are the pressures? And then the second component is we did a field program. So go out in the field and do additional tests beyond normal operations to quote unquote stress the system, to find out what the limits of performance are of that system, and then taking all of those components and then ultimately creating a calibrated model. So then we've got a computer model or a digital twin, so to speak, that you have a good understanding of what flows and pressures are everywhere within the system, and then you can test, well, what if we do this? How will the system perform? How will that? So next slide, please. So these ones here, just to give a context of the system. So this was an all-pipe model. So effectively, every single water main, every single hydrant within the Grafton system is represented in the model and was developed using the township's GIS database. So the database that lists the size and the condition and age of all the infrastructure. And then we have the water treatment plant in there. The model includes all the pumps at the pump station, the reservoir, the well supply sources. So it's a complete model of the Grafton system. Next slide, please. This slide here just kind of gives an overview of what I was talking about, looking at the SCADA and the water billing. So there was, you know, looked at 2 years of SCADA data, 30-second intervals of data flow. One of the more interesting portions of the Grafton water system is there's the bulk water station at the water treatment plants. And that's quite a substantial draw on the water system when it's operating and is a reasonable percentage of the total system demand. So making sure that that is accurately represented in the system demands and the system operations was also undertaken. And so, you know, through here, we're able to do a number of calculations on average demand, peak demand, you know, non-revenue water components, what percentage is the bulk water, all of those different components, so that we have a good representation of system performance. Next slide, please. This one here is just a bit of an overview of the field program that was undertaken. So that we did that this year in April. We did 11 hydrant tests and 3 C-factor tests. So within the Grafton system, we effectively did 14 hydrant tests. So we're out there flowing hydrants and measuring flow and performance in the system. And then we also undertook pump testing. So we went and tested every single pump at the water treatment plant. So next slide, please. So here's just a bit some graphic representation. So on the left-hand side, you can see all the tests that represent the pumps, and so ultimately trying to confirm how is the water treatment plant or the pump station is actually performing. And then the one on the right is just kind of shows, you know, system response during a hydrant test. So if you look at the green line is probably a good example. Pressures are kind of hovering normally. We open the hydrant, pressures drop a little bit, the pumps at the treatment plant kick in, and then things stabilize at a lower pressure because the flow is going substantially more. And typical demands at 3 liters a second. When we're flowing a hydrant, it's 40, 50, 60, 70 liters a second, so an order of magnitude greater. And then you can see we turn off the hydrant and then the pressures go back up to normal. And then we use that information to replicate that response in the system and in the model. All right, go next slide, please. So you did all that information to effectively here build a digital twin of the Grafton water system so we could test performance and understanding. So the next component of the feasibility study was, you know, what are the performance criteria? So what objectives are we trying to meet with the water system? So next slide, please. So the first one we were looking at was, you know, what are the typical demands within the Grafton water system and what demands should we be using for projecting growth? So if we're going to get a subdivision and that's going to add 50 homes, and those 50 homes are going to have X people, how much water, additional water, is that going to draw on the Grafton water system? And so this is that exercise. So we looked at the historic demands within Grafton, remove the bulk water component, and then ultimately try to find out what is that average typical demand. And we looked at it a number of different ways. One, we looked at it from the approximate population of the Grafton system, but because the census data doesn't line up perfectly with what your service area is, we also tested, different densities, 2 people per household, 2.5 people per household, to get a typical number, and then compare that against neighboring communities. And then we also looked at a couple of your specific properties within the newer developments, so the Glen and Entrams Way. And all of this is to essentially say we're recommending use 270 liters per person per day for projecting water demands. That's a little bit higher than what we're seeing on average right now, but you can see the uncertainty. There's quite a range on Glen and Entrams Way. There's a range between 70 and 600 liters per person per day. And then that extra 20% buffer just gives us a little bit of flexibility for uncertainty. What if growth is different than what we're expecting, but it's not too high, and it's kind of in line with some of the neighboring communities. Next slide, please. The other very significant component of this is the fire flow needs. So what is an appropriate fire flow target for the Grafton system? And so here again, we looked at the fire underwriter survey criteria, which is kind of the standard criteria that many municipalities in Ontario use for determining what's an appropriate fire flow criteria within the system. And here again, we looked at a subset of properties, and we did the calculations a couple different ways, because there's a complex calculation they have in the book, and there's a simplified calculation which you typically apply to residential areas. And then you can see there's a range depending on the size of the house, the proximity to other buildings, other things like that. But what it really comes down to is we end up recommending 100 liter a second target for residential fire flow, and that we would consider looking at 150 liters a second of fire flow for kind of the arena, the kind of village center, and then also for servicing of future ICI properties near the 401 corridor. Sorry, go back. Sorry, just one slide forward, please. And then here, the last one was appropriate pressures. So kind of the third criteria we looked at, what were appropriate pressures. And here again, reference back to the Ministry of Environment and Conservation and Parks, and they have a specified criteria that all municipalities need to meet. And then we also identified a desired criteria, which is a little bit more narrow. It's a little bit higher pressure on the low end and a little bit lower on the upper end. And that's kind of the target where you don't get low pressure complaints, but the pressures aren't so high that necessarily service PRVs or getting high leakage. But the 40 to 100 PSI, that's kind of the mandated requirement. And then, so here it just shows a map of what's occurring. And the entirety of the system is within the NDCP mandated range, but because of a number of constraints, a large portion of the system tend to have higher pressures, and they're slightly above the desired target of 80 PSI, but are below the 100 PSI general target. So those are kind of the establishing the criteria. And then next slide, please. And then here is looking at what growth projections we looked at. So again, next slide. So through here, we're given a number of different data sources to estimate growth. So there's locations where there were development applications, there's locations where there was kind of pre-consultation information, and then there are just general areas where we've identified there is growth potential or growth interest in these locations at some point in the future. And so this is just a map that highlights all those different areas. The orange are the ones that have some information, so either an application or kind of pre-consultation, and then the purple are the additional areas that were flagged as potential. So next slide, please. And so here, this table just shows, kind of does a calculation of, for each area, how many people, what's gonna be that in terms of demand. So I think the total average demand of all of the residential growth is about 4 liters a second. And the existing residential demand in the Grafton system is about 3 liters a second. So the residential growth, with everything that's out there, has the potential to possibly double the water demand within the Grafton system. And then we also looked at the ICI growth, or the industrial, commercial, institutional growth, which largely consists of the parcel next to the 401. And that one there, weren't 100% certain on what the demand would be. So we looked at a high demand scenario and a low demand scenario. And that property itself also has the potential to further double the demands on the Grafton water system, particularly at the high demand scenario. So the next slide here, you can see, again, when we layer everything together, there's a potential between 6 to 9 liters a second of growth on average demand against the current 3 liters a second. So there's a lot of growth potential from all those different applications when we apply them, building out to the numbers that they suggest. So quite a substantial change to the Grafton water system there's potential for. So go to the next slide. So ultimately, those first components was the water model build element. This last one here was the system feasibility study component. So looking at how the system performed under the growth impacts and what alternatives there were. So we'll go to the next slide. So this here is a quick summary of the water treatment plant. So the water treatment plant, we looked at it there's the water production or supply, so what the wells could produce to the system. There was pumping capacity, so what can the water treatment plant pump out into that system? And again, there we're looking at 2 conditions, under typical demands and under fire flow demands. And then the third one was water storage. So we have storage in our water system that provides a key function. It does a lot of things. It provides some balancing, so demands during the day are up and down, whereas production is kind of constant. So the storage provides some balancing of that demand. So you can kind of fill it up when demands are low and draw from it when demands are high. It's also there to provide storage when we have a fire. When we have a fire, we're not pulling from the wells, we're pulling from storage, because the fire demands are so much more than what the wells can produce. And then there's another component we call emergency storage, which is just, it's there just in case, right? And that usually represents about 25%. And that's in line with kind of MECP standards and most municipal standards. So again, looking at those 4 different components, and then we've got the 3 different rows, which is essentially existing. Is the first row, the second row is existing plus the residential growth, and then the third row is existing plus the residential and ICI growth. And so when we look at production, the story is there's enough well production to support the residential growth and a portion of the ICI growth. It can't meet the high ICI water demand needs, but it can meet a mid-range demand. It's for pumping capacities. There's enough pumping capacity to support the residential, but there isn't enough to support residential and ICI growth. So essentially, if we want to support all that growth there, we're going to be needing pumping upgrades at the water treatment plants. We've got the fire flow pumping. So essentially, the capacity of the system, or the pumps at the water treatment plant can pump out about 100 liters a second right now, and that's roughly the target for the fire flow. So if we layer on any additional growth onto the system, then we're going to need fire pump upgrades as well. And then the last component is the storage. There's effectively enough storage in the system today to support the targeted fire flow and the demands, But if we layer on additional growth, then we'll be storage deficient. And part of these deficiencies are, I suspect the water system, when it was constructed 30 plus years ago, was constructed to a standard that is lower than the standard we typically construct water systems to today, and is certainly not, wasn't designed with the thought of, you know, a relatively large commercial property along the 401, which is what one of the development application proposals is. So, long story short is to support the growth, we're needing storage upgrades, pumping upgrades, and then depending on how much growth, potentially supply and additional pumping upgrades on top of that. So there are some needs at the water treatment plant. So go to the next slide. So ultimately, we looked at two high-level alternatives. So the first alternative is basically keep the configuration of the pumping station of the treatment plant the same, and then upgrade everything. So right now, the Grafton water system is what we call a closed water system, or it doesn't have floating storage. There's no water tower, there's no storage. So the pumps have to do everything. So the pumps have to be able to pump the lowest flow, they have to be able to pump the highest flow, and as soon as you lose power, you lose water in the system. And so in this configuration, you'd be upgrading the reservoir, it'd be an in-ground reservoir, you'd be replacing all the pumps, you'd be constructing larger fire pumps, you'd be replacing all of the piping within the system. And because of the increases in the demands and the reliance on the pumps, you'd probably want to explore doing a standby power at the station as well. So if you lose power, the generator can kick in and you can keep supplying water to the system. You know, the advantages of this alternative is it is a lower capital cost alternative, but it would result in a higher long-term operational cost. And it's more complex to operate, and you've got a higher risk of loss of service and other things like that. The other alternative we looked at was, what if we build a water tower? So if we build a water tower, we've got storage up in the air, and that storage now is kind of pressurizing the system, so it can support the peaks and troughs. So when you do that, pump station doesn't need to pump all of the conditions anymore. It only needs to pump, you know, your maximum day. So when you've got higher demands, it comes from the storage. When we have fire, it comes from the tank, it doesn't come from the pumps. If you lose power for a couple hours, you have, you know, a day's worth of water storage in the tower, so you don't need that standby power. So in this option, you would build a water tower, you would need to do some water pump upgrades at the water treatment plant, but those are more tied to servicing the ICI property than demand needs. And so it is an easier to operate, more flexible, but it does come at a slightly higher capital cost at the front end because you're having to build the water tower itself. So if we go to the next slide. So in this study, we went and we said the best alternative overall in terms of operation, resiliency, safety, was going with the water tower. And so what that would look like is, you know, about a 35 meter tall, 1.4 million liter water tower. And that would likely be able to be fitted on the existing water treatment plant site. So it would really minimize any impacts or other changes to the system. And then, you know, needing to do some minor pump upgrades. And then, like as an aside, the header within the water treatment plant is aging, and then there's some restrictions within it. So in all the alternatives, we're looking to upgrade and replace that header within the water treatment plant. So that would be a common upgrade in all solutions. So that's the story on the water treatment plant. So next slide, please. So what we also looked at, as I mentioned, there's a lot of high pressures in the system. So we looked at were there opportunities within the system to change how it's configured to improve the pressures and get them more within the desired range. So if we go to the next slide. So here are kind of some mappings that kind of show different colors. So each square is one of the pressure zones. It's highlighted by the kind of blackout line. And then the different colors represent the ranges of pressures within that zone. So green is ideal, purple is high pressures, orange is acceptable but on the low side, red is lower than desired and is lower than required, and then black is over 100 PSI. So you can see there's quite a lot of elevation change, so it makes sometimes optimizing pressures difficult. So if we go to the next slide. So we looked at all 4 pressure zones, and then essentially zone 1, which is the one where the water treatment plant is, that's north of Highway 401. That one, we're recommending we raise the pressures by 10 meters. And the main reason for that is that's needed to be able to service the ICI property. If we don't raise it, then the pressures at the ICI property are below 50, potentially below 40 PSI, and we would need some sort of solution to be able to appropriately service those properties. So we can raise that, and then that would go align very well with the water tower, which is the water tower at the right elevation, and then it has no other impacts on the rest of the system. Zone 2, we looked at it. The elevation change across Zone 2 is quite substantial. That's as you basically coming into Grafton, you're going down that big hill. There's a lot of elevation change. There aren't a lot of properties. It'd be really, really expensive to optimize or split that pressure zone as compared to the dozen or so properties that are within it. And so we're not recommending any change. And then within Zone 3 and Zone 4, largely we're recommending minor changes to what the operating pressures are so that we can get slightly better pressures. We did look at, could we move where the boundary was, but again, it would be a large cost implication for improvements to a half dozen to a dozen properties. So it's more of this moderate change that we recommend to get some improved pressures within that zone. So cut down on the purple from the earlier slide and increase the amount of green within each area. And then those 2 changes are largely an operational change, so making some adjustments to the valving that maintains those pressures. So if we go to the next slide. This here was a figure showing the fire flow performance within the system. And then really we flagged 4 areas in the system that weren't meeting that 100 liter second fire flow target. So the first area is along Edwardson Road, so that's just outside the water treatment plant area. The pressures are a little bit below 100 liters a second, but once we raise the HDL or the pressure within that zone to service the ICI properties, that actually addresses the fire flows in those areas. So there's a number of rationales for wanting to raise that pressure. Option 2 is on Clitheroe Road. It's a smaller diameter water main. Even though it looks like it's looped, it functionally acts as a dead end. So on that dead end, there are some lower fire flows. So that one we do flag as a potential upgrade. We would need to upgrade the water main to a 200 millimeter diameter water main to resolve that one. The third pocket is at the north end of Brimley Road North. That again is another dead end water main. It's at a dead end, it's going uphill. We can't make the water main bigger to fix it. But what we do look at is there's a growth pocket in that area, so there's an opportunity to bring the water main across the 401 down Brimley Road to interconnect. So that's what you would need to service that north area. It provides a second Highway 401 crossing, so it provides some security supply, and that's what you would need to do to address that fire flow deficiency. And then the fourth one is there's a number of cul-de-sacs south of St. Andrews Road, so there's, I believe, 3 cul-de-sacs. They're all dead-end water mains. The fire flow is 90 liters a second compared to the target of 100. So those are all ones that we would suggest doing upgrades. So that's the details of the fire flow. So it's effectively, one of the areas gets resolved through kind of an operational recommendation. One of the areas can get resolved through potentially a growth servicing solution. And then another one, well, we would have to do a localized upgrade, and it's really just servicing the existing residents. So we go to the next slide. And then the last thing we looked at was how do we service all these individual growth areas. So here, this is on County Road 2 and Old Danforth area. Here, this is just essentially, there was some discussion, do we need to make a big loop around the whole entire area to service this area, or can we service it off of, kind of extensions of the existing water main? And so here, we're just recommending doing some internal looping within the northwest portion of this area. And then the rest of the area can be serviced off of just kind of extensions of the existing system. But we do need to do a water main upgrade on Old Danforth Road to support kind of the growth off of Old Danforth to the southeast there. And then I believe so 1 is the internal looping, the number 2 is the Old Danforth Road upgrade and extension. And then 3 there, that's just suggesting the rest of the lands as they build out, we would extend the water mains. And then if it makes sense, do the looping at that time, but it's not required to service those areas. We go to the next slide. Here again, this is the ICI property, off the 401 that I've mentioned a number of times. So for this one to service, we need to raise the pressure within the zone, which I've already flagged, and then essentially just a 200 millimeter water main extension is all that would be needed to service that property. To know, we did look at, well, what if we made it bigger? But because the elevations keep going uphill, to service any more lands beyond that, we're talking, we have to build a pump station and a whole other set of things, and it's not feasible. Next slide. So this is the northwest quadrant, so that's just south of the 401. So this is off of Burnley Road North. So this is where I flagged. If we do want to service these purple lands, this is where we looked at a number of different options, but the best approach would be to essentially carry the water main across the 401 down and connecting to Burnley Road. Even if this doesn't get developed, there is some argument to carry that water main across and over, because right now there's only one water main crossing the 401 from the water treatment plant supplying all of Grafton. So if we constructed this water main, it provides a second connection. So some security supply, and allows any maintenance on that other water main to be done a lot more effectively and cheaply. So the next slide, please. And then the rest of the growth blocks was really just the existing system is sufficient. So make some connections off the existing water mains, and we can service these areas just fine. Next slide, please. So here's kind of where the list of recommendations comes down to. Next slide. So as you can see, to support all of this growth, there's a number of upgrades and infrastructure that's required. And so we've kind of broken it down into a couple different categories. And exactly how it gets categorized and the funding of all these things is still to be determined. But ultimately, we're looking at about $6 million of storage and upgrades at the water treatment plant, and that would be to service all of the growth. And then we're looking at, what is that, about another $4 million in potential water main upgrades to service some of these employment areas. And those are water mains that would likely be township-led because they are kind of not directly in front of or within the development. They're kind of somewhere else in the system. They have to upgrade to support the developments, which is slightly different than what I'll have on the next slide, which are, if we go to the next slide, please. These are water main upgrades that I've also flagged. Those are all either fronting the development or within the development themselves. And so those types of water mains are typically developer-led water mains or projects, but I did identify them as potential costs. If we go back one slide, please, yes. And then I also identified there's a couple of optional water main upgrades. So I put the Clitheroe water main upgrade as optional. There's also an optional upgrade on some additional PRV within the system. But you can see we're looking at somewhere between $15.5 to $18 million in total infrastructure projects. So this is capital costs plus study costs to undertake to support all of the water infrastructure that we needed to service the kind of the growth scenarios that we looked at within the Grafton water system. So if we go to the next slide. Okay, we'll go to the next slide. So kind of one of the questions is where do we go from here? So we've done the feasibility study, we've identified kind of performance targets and potential upgrades, but we haven't gone into the details of quantifying, cost, detailed costing, responsibilities, financial feasibility of that project. So one of the things that is kind of suggested or recommended, if we go to the next slide, is the water master plan. And so that's kind of layering in the results of this feasibility study with, looking at the system holistically from not just growth and hydraulic performance, but also one is the asset management plan. So what is the age and condition of the water main? So I've identified which water mains need to be bigger to support our needs, but we don't necessarily know, are there any water mains that need to be replaced because they're in poor condition or aging and need to be replaced, and what are the costs of those? We've got a preliminary growth servicing strategy here, we're presenting it, but there's, as you can see, it's expensive, so we do need to kind of confirm and validate that that is the most appropriate strategy. If we want to adjust different growth scenarios, then maybe we need to look at that. And then we also need to look at this with the asset management plan. So we need to look at growth and condition together. And then what we need to also look at is the financial review. So how are we going to pay for this? So a lot of these projects are growth related. So are we going to come up with a development charge study and that bylaw to collect funds through there? Is it grant applications? Is it rate-based? So we need to do a bit of a financial review to find out, once we've decided, yes, this is the growth strategy that we're going to support, how do we pay for it, or how is it going to get paid for? So we need to undertake that financial review, and then the final component is a bit of a servicing review. So this is potentially a substantial change to the water system. So what is the best service delivery for the township moving forward with that water system? Do we continue to partner with Lucy? Do we bring that in-house with operators? Do we explore, an alternative service provider, because there are other service providers in the area? Do we have the appropriate operation and maintenance plans internally to manage the water system? Is this new water tower going to create new ones that we need to plan for? So there's a lot of financial, operational questions that kind of need to be still figured out. And then that would be kind of the next steps from a water master plan perspective. Okay, so I can go to the next slide. Yeah, so that's my short but in-depth review of the study that we undertook. So
Julian, thank you very much. It's pretty complicated. My first question is pretty simple probably. What percentage of the water produced is bulk?
I don't have it off the top of my head, but I think it's in the 20 to 30% range.
Okay. So when you, I didn't understand that yesterday when I was reading it, but I think you've taken that out of your calculations.
Well, so it's complicated because the bulk water demand happens, when it happens, it's a very big draw for a very short period of time. So I think it goes, like typical demand in the system is 3 liters a second, and then the truck comes up and then it goes to 15 liters a second or 20 liters a second and does that for 15, 20 minutes straight, and then it shuts off right away, and then it won't get called again until the next truck comes. So when we were doing all of the analysis, we wanted to make sure we were taking that component out from the system demands, but we were also still bringing it back in when we were doing, pump performance and calculations. So in that, so what we're trying to say is that 270 liters per person per day that we were doing the calculation on, that does not include the bulk water use.
Okay.
But the model does include the bulk water use, and it's got a pattern where it's off for most of the day, and then it's on for, a half hour, 2 or 3 times a day, and then it does that big draw from the pumps.
Okay. Jumping to a different subject altogether. The tower.
Yes.
Is that a typical height for a tower?
Yeah. So water towers range in a big variety. So you can build a 70-meter tall tower with conventional construction methods. Typically, most water towers are in the 20 to 40 meter range. I think through the past experience, I was told that less than 40, there's really no fundamental change to foundation or concrete size or equipment. Once you go over 40, then you're looking at slightly more complex foundation, slightly more rebar in the tower, slightly thicker walls, but still normal crane. And then once it goes over 70, call them, and you got to do the design to make sure it's really feasible. But 35 meters is pretty reasonable. That was assuming that it was on the site itself. As I mentioned, you're going uphill as you go north. So there is an option to site a storage further up, and you've got lower tower, but then you've got to build the water main up to that tower. So then it ultimately becomes a trade-off between the height of the tower, the cost of the land, and the length of the water main. Height, it's much cheaper to go higher than it is to go further with water main.
Okay, and the reason you want to build them high is to get natural pressure?
Yeah, so the water tower isn't pressurized. It's just imagine wherever that water tower is, that's the pressure of your system. So if you put a theoretical pipe in your water main right next to the water tower, and you could go as high as you went, and the water would go up, it would go up to the height of that water tower. And so that's what in our engineering terms, we call it the hydraulic grade line. So that's where the pressure line is of the water system. And so if you can imagine 40 PSI is the minimum target, 40 PSI is 28 meters. So if we've got a water tower and it's in that system, it's at least 28 meters tall.
One thing I could maybe suggest when you put out the report again, another time, is that you put some definitions there.
Sure.
Because there was an awful lot of stuff that I wasn't familiar with at all. I did find it so I Googled it, but that was a big help.
Yeah, so term of glossaries.
Yeah, there is a lot. I never did find an MUS.
So that's a fire underwriters survey. So that's kind of it's NFPA. Dave would be very familiar with the FUS, that's essentially the standard kind of insurance industry, fire level service that most municipalities use.
Okay. Thank you. Anybody else have any questions? Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
To you, Mayor Lobo, thank you. This is really, I almost have to read it 2 or 3 times to get the gist of it all. I know we have talked about an elevated tower. You have in your presentation the regular water tower, how we look at it. Is there another kind of water tower or elevated tower other than that? Because there was one that was knocked around a little bit. It wasn't the, your standard, but it was more like a column type thing, for lack of better words. But you're suggesting the 35-meter water tower.
All right, through the mayor to the deputy mayor. So the height of the tower is really, that's governed by what pressures we need in the system. So the 35 meters at that location is essentially what we're identifying. So in terms of tower options, so in terms of storage, there's in-ground storage, so that's under the ground, but we need a pump. So we're gonna pump it out, that's what you have right now. Then you can have what we call a standpipe, so that's just, the tall column that you would have. So in this case, you would have like a column, diameter, and it would just be the height that we need it to be. Typically, in the industry, we avoid constructing standpipes now, so it was much more common prior to the 1990s. And the reason for that is, in a water tower, the water is here, and we don't have a lot of water underneath it, whereas in a standpipe, it's all water all the way down. And the challenge with that is, yes, there's a lot more storage, but that storage isn't useful storage. It doesn't provide the pressure, it doesn't provide the flow we need. So then what you have is you have all this extra volume, which then eats away at your chlorine. So it causes water quality issues. So a lot of people that have standpipes, large standpipes, if they're not at the right, if they're kind of operating within the zone, they often cause water quality issues if they're quite large. So in terms of an elevated tower, there are a couple different configurations. So the ones that you see on the 401 coming in and out, those are composite towers. So those are concrete pedestals with kind of welded steel. There's other ones where it's a concrete pedestal and on top is a glass lined steel tank. So imagine the Great Terrio silos that you see in the countryside, but that on top of the concrete pedestal. And so that's kind of like a standpipe on top of the concrete tower.
So what are you suggesting here?
So at a 1.4 million megaliter, the composite and the glass line fused would be similarly cost. So at a detailed design process is where you could evaluate which one would be more cost effective, and sometimes that's dependent on the price of steel at the time when you're doing the construction and the design. They both operate the same. It's just a matter of preference, a matter of cost, and a matter of material availabilities.
Just one more, Mayor Lobo. It's a bit of a scary report when you think of it. One of the items was that for the growth to come in, it's almost like how can we afford all that? But if a lot of it would be developers coming in having to pay for it, because we essentially have that right now, that would alleviate some of the costs. But this is a lot to decipher.
Right. Through the mayor to the deputy mayor. So one thing maybe I didn't make clear in the presentation is if we go to the facility, line for existing, the infrastructure that's here now in terms of capacity is good to meet the system you have. It's once you start layering on that growth that things become deficient. But that is based off of hydraulic capacity. So another component is like the condition. So that water treatment plant is 30 years old. All the pumps, all the piping, everything in there is essentially the original state. So, you know, once we go through, and if you do an asset management plan and condition assessment of that facility, there's a strong likelihood that there's going to be $1 million plus in upgrades just to address and maintain that facility itself. But in terms of funding all of the projects, you're right. It's a lot. And we need to identify, is this the level of growth we want to support, and then how are we going to fund that? Because there are multiple different mechanisms that can be funded. You know, it could be through development charges, it could be through front-ending agreements with developers, it could be through grant applications, it could be rate-based. So there's a bunch of different components, and so that's one of the major kind of follow-up needs for the water master plan that we flagged is if this is the planning scenario that we want to support, what's the financial feasibility and viability of that, right? Because 15 million is a lot, but when you take 15 million and then you divide that by 1,000 people, then that ends up being 15,000 per person. And so if the growth ends up being, you know, we're talking about more than doubling Grafton, so, you know, 2,000, so then that number can become a reasonable number if it's divided across enough people and then funded through appropriate means.
Thank you.
Yeah, you know, a couple of questions, and again, great presentation. But, so in my own head, if we were to go with the tower, the other line across the 401 down to Grimmy Road North, did you ever think of a substation on the south end of Toronto along that line? Would that help anything?
Sorry, a substation on Brimley Road?
Brimley, like if you were to bring another line across the 401 to the second beat, would there be any advantage to a substation there to help produce the amount of water so the reservoir there?
Right, so through the mayor to the councillor, so we flagged a preliminary location for the water tower in the study. So I think the missing part in that master plan for the growth needs is confirming where's the best location for that water tower. So in terms of the water tower, largely if it's kind of anywhere close to where that existing kind of near the 401, we can kind of put it almost anywhere and work with the water mains that we have. Putting in a new pump station or substation, you know, we're starting at $3 to $4 million in terms of the cost. So creating a water main across so when we looked at it, you know, for Brimley and that development up there, bringing it across, putting in a pump station and just supporting those developments was very costly and didn't provide additional benefits to the rest of the system. Whereas bringing a water main down and across was cheaper than a pump station and also provided benefits to the broader system. So we did consider, there's a number of places where we considered a pump station, but we didn't consider it very in great depth because of the starting cost of, you know, $3+ million.
Okay. The changing of the diameter of the pipe, so I'm assuming that the pipe's ahead of that or even bigger, so if we wanted to go to 200 milliliters.
On Cliff Road?
Yeah, all those other pipes are what diameter right now?
Yeah, through the mayor to the councillor. Yeah, so if it's on Cliff Road specifically, yeah, the water main upstream of that, it's either a 200 or 250, and then that's tying off the main 300 that's coming across the highway. So all the water mains upstream of that are larger, and so that's why we only rely on that element there. And again, it's the fire flow in that area is still, you know, over 50 liters a second, which is still a fairly reasonable fire flow. It's just not that 100 meter a second desired objective that we flagged.
In your presentation, you mentioned there's, I think it was the liters per person, we're at 3 in the,
So the average demand from the residents and businesses in the Grafton system are approximately 3 liters a second for the whole entire system. So I think that's about 250 cubic meters a day. So that's, you've got about 1.05 cubic meters, or 1.05 million liters of storage. So that's basically your typical demand is a quarter of what you have in storage at the water treatment plant. And then the other number is the 270 liters per person per day. So that's the average consumption per person within the Grafton system, or at least that's what we're suggesting be used for future growth timing.
so we're in good shape right now as far as tractor.
Yeah, so in terms of supply, you're less than 50% of the water supply. And then we look at the supply, so the well production. So this is notwithstanding the water quality issues and tying in the well that's already been constructed. But in terms of your permit to take water, what you can take, you're fine today, and you can support most of the growth scenarios that we looked at with the existing well production capacity or your permit to take water. It's the pumping, it's the storage, it's the other components there. So pushing the water into the system and meeting the fire flows and peak demands and maintaining pressures is what could be problematic, and becomes more problematic as you layer on more work.
So presently our fire pump was off our reserves, right?
So the fire pump runs from the reservoir.
The reservoir,
Yes.
all right.
Everything does.
Everything runs through, so all the water comes from the wells into the reservoir and then pumped out of the reservoir.
And that's 7 days?
So at average demand, it's probably 4 days.
4 days?
But if you get a fire.
But if you get if we got a fire, the fire demand is more than half of that storage is for fire. And then we usually want to keep in a certain amount in reserve for emergency storage. So if the wells go offline for a day or two, we need to protect against that.
Okay. So, sorry, Mayor, one more. So at present, I don't know if you mentioned in your presentation, and you might have said 1,000, but what would be the increase we could put on the existing well for housing per person?
How much?
So could we put in enough housing in that system for another 1,000 residents or 500 residents?
Through the mayor to the councillor, the question, it depends on how much commercial and industrial growth you also allow, because that has the potential to be just as much or more than the residential growth. So I think if we go back, can we go, I think I have the numbers in the presentation. Yeah. So maybe if we go back to the growth slide presentation, I might be able to. No, next slide, yeah. So I don't know if there's a population. I can't read that population number in there. I think that's 1,300 or 1,500 people.
1358.
Yeah, so.
That's an addition?
So adding 1,358 people and then a reasonable amount of ICI growth can be supported through your current permit to take water. But I would caution is if you go through the asset management plan that there are some projects that would likely be required to be able to fully access that permit to take water.
Very Catherine, do you have any questions or comments?
Just an observation. First, thank you. It's been very informative. Yeah, what a challenge. Growth is a huge challenge. It's not easy, and there is a lot of this would, from your presentation, fall on the municipality rather than the systems users and the developers. Is that a correct takeaway?
Through the mayor to Councilor O'Neill. We didn't define explicitly who would be paying for these projects. So typically, the general philosophy is growth tries to pay for growth. But to do that, you need the mechanisms in place to do it. So for example, the water tower itself, the single largest ticket item in there, would predominantly be triggered by growth and predominantly be triggering growth. So if you were to go through a development charges study and try to allocate the cost of that water tower, a substantial portion, potentially the full cost, would be allocated to growth. There are some operational benefits of it, so it may not be 100%, but a large portion of that would be kind of growth related. When we look at elements related to the water treatment plant itself, again, we need to do the condition assessment and the asset management to find out what would we need to do just to maintain what we have here and how much does growth add to that. And then that's how you would apportion or allocate those components of growth. So I'd say there's a substantial portion of that could be kind of recovered through growth, but then in that case you need the appropriate mechanisms, whether it's development charges, whether you're getting financial agreements with the developers to fund the project so that the township can lead them. I know that the province and the federal government have a number of grant applications that pay millions of dollars for projects, and if it directly supports housing, there's a good chance that those can be funded through that as well. So I wouldn't say that the full number is a ratepayer responsibility, but it is, I think, incumbent on the township to determine what's the appropriate financial approach to come up with that, and how much was an appropriate component for the developers to fund, and how will they do that.
I'm not sure this is a question for you. It might be a question through to our CAO. We've already entered into subdivision agreements without these numbers in front of us. What's the implications of that?
Thank you, through you, Mayor. So the implications are we didn't have the information beforehand, but now we do. This was one of the many requirements as to why we needed to do the water model study, and furthermore do the master plan study, is because it puts the township into a position where it can apply for grant funding, it can utilize its development charges. Meanwhile, we're out right now for development charges review, so it's very good timing that all this stuff is coming in. And that stems back to the conversation I had with Mr. Taggart when he worked for Lucy, was putting the township into a place to be ready to do the right thing at the right time. And that is a big part of why we've been doing all of this homework, basically. So the question as to directly, would the new numbers be included in the new subdivision agreements? New agreements, yes. Existing agreements, it would depend on the language that existed, and that would be a good conversation for our planner. And I know that our planner has been doing some great work with recreating and bringing our subdivision agreements more current. So that would be a good question for her as well.
But through you, Mayor, if I may, and I know we're getting off topic, but the ones that are before us have not been signed yet. So I would think there would be time to add to the costing. I'm thinking the Danforth and the other one. So just a comment, I'm hoping that there's.
I don't know, I was thinking that we've already done an awful lot of that legwork, and it's been probably in the contract that or not a contract, but an agreement that, that's what you're paying for, and I think if you went to change that, you might have some challenges. That's my opinion.
Yeah, so I guess it would depend on what stage of approval they're at and what the agreements have been. So I don't know the details, so I can't comment on it, unfortunately.
I'm gonna tie you into it.
Good answer. Go ahead, Kathy.
And one other further, and it's a more specific question, on the Brimley, if we were coming down through there, we'd be bringing it through, so it's unlikely we'll develop because that's an old dump area. So, would that impact anything in your, recommendations on that one?
Through the mayor to the councillor. So if those lands don't get fully developed, so a lot of the storage and pumping and all those types of requirements, those would also largely be needed. Would be then we're talking about a 1.4 million liter tank, or is a 1.35 million liter tank. So that's kind of the differences that those would have. Where it would more explicitly have an impact is on the water main, and whether we carry the water main across. And again, I think that's the one where we probably need to see what that financial implications and the costing would be for that to fully confirm it.
Go ahead, Dave. Mike? All good stuff. Julian, thank you very much for coming. Certainly an awful lot of stuff we have to do with it, and I agree with whoever mentioned it. There's an awful lot to absorb, so appreciate all your help.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, Mayor, did we have like you might have mentioned it too also, but do we have like an immediate thing that needs to be done versus, what needs to be done in the future? Is there, or is that just something that we can do ourselves with the report? But it seems like sounds like there should be some immediate things that need to be done.
Go ahead.
Well, I guess that's the immediate things as well as one thing we can do is proceed into the master plan project for the purposes of confirming this is the appropriate planning scenario, and then bringing in the condition and, the asset management information to ultimately come up with the ultimate financial plan. And so that's, because right now, I'd say the report is, here's a big number, and it doesn't go into the how do we fund it or how do you implement it, because that wasn't necessarily the scope of the exercise at the time, whereas the master plan kind of helped address a lot of the questions that these findings leave.
And you've been spending a lot of time with the planner for that.
Sorry?
You've been spending a lot of time with the planner for doing that type of stuff?
Sorry, you have to repeat the question.
The planner, our planner, I'm sorry. The planner, you'd be spending a lot of time with the planner on that type of.
Well, you'd have to spend some time with the planner and then, staff, and then ultimately the question, it might come down to the question of a council session of confirming, this is the strategy we want to go with, and then that will lead into finalizing the financial plans. So it's still, we have a plan for if the growth occurs this way, and we have a number of what that would cost, and now we just need to confirm, is that the appropriate growth, which then is the appropriate number, and then how do you finance it?
Okay, anybody else? Julian, thank you very much for your time, really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, thanks for coming. Hope you have better travels home.
Yeah. Don't be too late because it gets busy going the other way.
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to do the resolution as prepared. It is recommended the council of the corporation of Township Elm-McCullough act as follows. That the Grafton Water Model Study final report presented by Agile Infrastructure be received for information. Mover and a second. Moved by Deputy Mayor Stoller, seconded by Councillor Ainsworth. Further discussion? All in favor? That's carried. Next we have 10-1, Grafton Municipal Water System. This was deferred from the September 23rd, 2025 Municipal Planning Regular Council meeting by resolution number 2025-0923-15. And it's regarding CA report 2025-22. And it is recommended the council award through sole sourcing Agile Infrastructure the contract to complete the master water plan and municipal water study review at a value of $57,000 plus HST. Yeah. Can I get a move in a second here? Oh, okay, it's already moved in second. Who did that? Moved by Deputy Mayor and seconded by Councillor Ainsworth. It's already done. I see Councillor Booth is not here, but that's okay. So, can you read the resolution backwards exactly as I read it? All in favor?
Can we have some discussion of this, please?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so this document that we received a report today is very, very informative. We have another guiding document which we've not looked at as a council, and I think it would actually help us quite a lot. So we have the water rate study that was guiding us from 2020 to 2029 that is also up for review this year. I think it behooves us to understand what's in there and what our current situation is. It ties into what Councillor Ainsworth was saying about the current operations and the replacement schedule, because that is outlined in that report, which was pre-our council, it was the previous term of council. But I think if we understand that piece, and then I take what Julian said today and our need to identify a growth strategy, I think this is a little bit premature until we understand those two pieces to know exactly what we're asking for and what we want to achieve from moving forward with our final piece to this. I agree with this in principle. I do continue to have concerns about not following our procurement policy. I think we have a procurement policy, it behooves us to follow it. But that's aside, I think also from a good governance point of view, we should understand our other guiding document and the implications from that guiding document. And then, as Julian said, we need to identify our growth strategy. What are we supporting in our growth strategy? You know, there's no way we can do all of what is outlined here in the short term. This is a long-term decision we're making, and that's what governance is about. These are decisions that are going to flow out for the next 25 years. So I think we take our time, we do this well, we make sure we have all of the pieces aligned. And it is of note that Agile prepared this report, and the previous report was from Infrastructure Solutions, I believe. Yes, Infrastructure Solutions. So I think we've got two reports in front of us, both very informative, and we need to understand both.
Thank you. Further questions or comments? Go ahead, Councillor Ainsworth.
I guess in my own head, I'd like to explain the difference between the master water plan and what we've just seen today. Is that possible?
Dave, can you tell us?
Like, what's the difference between the master water plan and what we just heard today?
So I had put that in the report. Not specifically what the difference is, but all the items that a master water plan covers. You also still have Julian here if you want to ask any question.
Yeah, is that something, Julian, you can answer?
Julian, can you respond to that?
Sure, I can respond to that. So I believe in that 57, there's a number of activities. So there's undertaking the asset management plan for the water infrastructure study, which includes a condition assessment of the water treatment plants. There is finalizing the water servicing strategy based off the combination of the asset management plan and confirmation of the growth scenario. I do believe there's also the financial review, which includes updating of the water rate study, and then making recommendations for development charges. And it's not the development charges study, but recommendations that would directly feed into the development charges and development charge bylaw. And then there's also the water servicing review. So that's reviewing the operational and maintenance needs and recommendations for how we would continue to operate the water system moving forward with the new infrastructure. So it's essentially taking this study that was just completed, so the feasibility study, and then doing the asset management plan, doing the financial analysis, and then putting all three, the operational review, and putting all four together into a final, I guess, recommendation for infrastructure in terms of growth, infrastructure in terms of renewal and replacement, and then financial strategy to support that.
I'm just curious, development charge, you say you're going through an exercise now. Will this affect whatever we come up with? Will that affect our new development charge?
It's my understanding these recommendations would directly feed into the development charges study.
So can we hold on to the development charge study? Or I don't know, that's my question, I guess. Because we are doing a development charge study today, or working on one, and we're gonna change the water. Is that water part of the entire development charge, or is that?
The only comment I'd have, Mayor, is that staff have been working on bringing these things to council for decisions, and have been trying to do so in a timely manner. If council decides to go forward with the master water plan, we can certainly identify that to whoever is the successor for the development charges background study. Everything comes together at some point, and that's what the direction that this council gave staff to do, is to make all of this happen.
Thank you, Gary Dodd.
I'm not sure if you're comfortable answering this, but how does your report fit with our existing water rate study? Like, how do these two pieces fit into the water master plan?
Through the mayor to the councillor, I'm pretty sure your current water rate study doesn't include the construction of a new water tower.
No, I know, and they did recommend that we go ahead with this next step to know what was needed for growth, because this one was based on operations. But it is the one that already has the asset management plan for operations built into it.
So it would have a asset management. I don't know that you've done a full asset management plan. It's probably an age-based calculation of infrastructure built into that one. So essentially this study would take the existing financial plan, existing water rates, and then review and revise and edit it to account for all this new information. So I'd say it would leverage what's there, but I think there will be a considerable adjustment to the strategy.
Yeah, I take your point. It's just, we do have two documents now from two different companies, and I'm just wondering how all of these pieces fit together as we look at a master plan.
So through the mayor to the council. So typically one follows the other. So typically you would do a master plan study and an asset management study, and then you would go and then you would revise the rate study afterwards, because I know all of these are usually set on a 3 to 5 year time cycles because things change on, you know, development pressures change, conditions changes, priorities changes, regulations change, so it's always good to review and revisit and updates. I just think we're already in it pretty deep in terms of the data, so there's an opportunity to pull them all together kind of all at the same time. I think it does provide some efficiencies in the overall approach. So that's kind of my perspective on that. Obviously. But yeah, I'd say the existing financial study would be a good starting point. But I don't know that it is still 100% valid in light of the needs that we've identified for all three.
Thank you. Terry, everybody have a comment?
No, so, I think it's a good option. I think it's good that we can use that information also. It's there, we use it, and, we can get this done.
Thank you. You're done?
I want to reiterate, we have a procurement policy and we should follow our procurement policy. No,
I understand.
not you specific. It is that should be our way of operating, to follow our own policies.
Mayor, Councilor, staff is following the procurement policy. It is council's decision. This isn't, I'm not lecturing, I just want you to know that it is in there that council can sole source. So we are
saying we shouldn't.
But I would just like to take the notion out that staff are not suggesting that we don't follow policy. Thank you.
Thank you. There, Mike, you have a final comment?
I'm ready to go.
Oh, okay. All in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried. Thank you, Julia.
Safe travels.
All right, thank you.
Next we have a bylaw 72, 2025, executed agreement with Agile Infrastructure for the completion of the water master plan and municipal water system review. It is recommended that the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Ballina enact as follows: that bylaw 72, 2025 being a bylaw to authorize the mayor and clerk to execute an agreement between the Corporation of the Township of Ballina and Agile Infrastructure for the creation of the water master plan and municipal water system review, given first, second, and third reading, and finally pass this 23rd day of September 2025. Mover in a second. Moved by Deputy Mayor Silver, seconded by Councilor Ainsworth. All in favor?
Oh, I have a,
Pardon me. Go ahead.
sorry, I lost it half a sec there. Bear with me. Oh, yes, it's in a box here. I don't know how I lost it. He reiterated time and time again the need for us to have a growth strategy or a growth scenario. We don't have a growth strategy or a growth scenario, so I'm wondering if that would be part of that first steps that Agile would be doing with us to walk us through that, or if that's a separate process that we need to do before we can proceed with this water master plan.
We've already passed that.
Pardon me?
I believe we've already passed it. Oh, no, this would be the final thing. Pardon me.
We need to have a plan.
Correct. My understanding or my takeaway from what Julie was saying about the growth strategy is, are we going to say we want this growth here at this cost? There was a whole lot of things listed there without specifying, are we agreeing to all of those projects, or are we only agreeing to the water tower, for example? On that list of the ones that he provided, there's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different ones. How many of those are we including in this? And in particular, I'm flagging the 5.6 1.76 million for the Brimley project. Can we even have that one possibly on our table? But the ICI one is also 2.32 million, and unless we can recover that fully from the developer there, you know, where are we on these projects? Like, are we really saying we're giving a carte blanche to go ahead with the 15 million?
No,
We're doing the master plan.
no, we're not.
And when the
We
report
need to
comes in.
we need to do all of this stuff to get ready to do that. We're not proving any of that as far as I'm concerned.
But are we asking the consultant to put time and effort and work into all of these because we see all of them as something that's going to proceed within the next decade?
That's closer, you're closer with that statement.
We don't have a crystal ball,
I
really.
think we're going past, present, future kind of thing, right? What do we got? What do we need to, where do we need to go for development of, say, the 1,300 people that the system will take compared to what we want to do in the future?
And is that over 10 years, 20 or 30 years?
Yeah, so all of those things are on the table, it's just certainly in steps. What we think as.
Right, but my takeaway is we're looking specifically on what we think is going to happen within the next decade, rather than future things that can still be thought about down the road, but we're not thinking about them now.
I think some of them maybe too.
Right, and I think we need to go through a process that determines which of them are the ones we're looking at, and which of them we're saying, okay, we know that has to happen at some point, but it's not part of this study at this point.
It's not part of the study.
It's a master plan. And we're not asked to chat to do the master plan. It's itemized there. When the plan comes back, it's all part of the puzzle. I mean, it's scary as all get out, but it's the information coming in to get the study done.
All in favor? Motion's carried, opposed? Okay. We got anything else? Eighteen is confirming bylaw 79-2025, confirming bylaw 79-2025. It is recommended the Council of the Corporation of Township of Allen Culver act as follows. The bylaw 79-2025, meaning bylaw to adopt the proceedings of the regular council meeting held on the 14th day of October 2025 and to authorize its execution given first, second, and third reading and final passes 14th day of October 2025. Moved by Councilor Ainsworth, seconded by Councilor O'Neill. Any discussion? All in favor? Motion's carried. Motion to adjourn is recommended the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Allen Culver act as follows. The regular council meeting held on October 14th, 2025 be adjourned at 1:20 p.m. Moved and seconded. Moved by Councilor Deputy Mayor Stover and seconded by Councilor Ainsworth. All in favor? Motion's carried. Thank you, everyone.